Expecto Billiards, Harry. Expecto. Expecto Billiards, Harry. Expecto. Hello, Habola. We need the red dot. We need the red dot. Absolutely need that red dot for sure. Can't have it any other way. All right. I hope I don't get copyrighted for this music. It's advertised as being not copyright music. Hopefully they're honest. YouTube, show me some love if you're there. What's going on, everybody? We're up at 4:17 in the morning. And I'm ready to finish this game. I've been looking at it for too long. It's starting to wear on my psyche. Make me feel like I'm not good enough. And it's only because I'm afraid of moving forward. Because I don't know what to do next. It's procrastination 101. I'm afraid of moving forward because I'm not sure what comes next. And that's okay. This is the leap of faith. This is the leap of faith portion of the workflow. The crucial push to the unknown. All right. to have a more guided session here. I'm only focusing on one thing, and I'm not going to focus on anything else because I've been pretty susceptible to being distracted by other things. So this mechanic should be simple in theory. So we'll start with a hit power. Of 1. Because we will be having a hit. Hit should be cancelable. How's somebody going to cancel a hit? It's a good question. For later. Cancel a hit. And I'm going to save this under billiards. I got to make a billiards folder. Now, this is stuff that I am serious about. This is stuff that I need to do. So I'll call it not only to do, need to do. If you ever have a to-do list that's very serious, that's no longer a to-do list. That's a need to-do list. And so I need to do this stuff. And the entire list is a need to-do list because it's been too long. Or it feels like it's been too long. In reality, this is only my first week of 3D game development. But it still feels like too long. I'm 31 years old. I'm gonna die any day now. So I gotta move on with my life so that I can actually live it. Alright, here we go. The task is simple. That action right there, the click down, is where we need to start. We have a handle input function on billiards. So we can control this with 2 variables. Hi Dylan, we're using the Ursina game engine in Python. Thank you for your question. So we'll control these 2 variables with properties, and we'll say charging hit, and we'll set that to false, and then hit power will be set to 1. Okay. Right above the handle input, we'll make a function here. Begin, charge, hit. End, charge, hit. Self.charging hit equals false. And hit cue ball. Okay. So when we have a down, we must also have it up. And self-charge hit is all we need to call there. That's all we need to do. Now, I'm not sure if this will call every time. So that's an answer that a question that I can answer pretty simply. The question that D is fine. The question that I'm trying to answer is, does this function get called continuously while the mouse is held down? So it only gets called once. So what we have to do is we have to set it here. Self.begin charge hit. And it'll end here. And we have an update function as well, but I don't think it's here. I think it's over in main. Then we have a lot of things that are looking inside of the billiards class, and they are being checked, and then certain things are being called based on that. So continuing that, even in this same thing, we'll say LF billiards charging hit. And then there's animate cue. But I think that hit power will increment here. I'm not sure that this is applicable at this time. I don't think I have that. We'll say billiards, hit power. Yeah, I don't know about that. Let's just say plus equals 1. And, yeah, we'll go ahead and do this. If it's greater than 100, hit power equals 0. We'll go back down to 0. At this point, let's just go ahead and print out hit power, knowing that it doesn't actually have any effect yet. Interesting. I see. We're being overtaken by the first LF. Right here. So this needs to be changed. And I want to go a step further so that I can move this along. That will take place over here. And the handle ball. Let's see. This needs to go. Yeah, that needs to go because it should be handled right there and the hit cue ball. But we do still need to know if the balls are not moving to allow the hit. So that's actually going to be moving this as this. Only allow ourselves to begin charging the hit if there's not any balls moving. That's what that says. And In the hit cue ball function, we have to know how much power to use. And that'll be done right here. 40 is probably going to be on the weaker side, I'd say, but not the weakest. And we're going 1 to 100. I'll say 1. Let's see, I want 1 to resolve to 0. I want a function where if x equals 1, y equals 0. And if x equals 100, I'll say y, I don't know what is a really good big number, equals 200. Sorry, not z. That should be x. If x equals 100, then y equals 200. So that seems right away like x minus 1 times what? Times 2. But I also want 2 to be affected by x as well. We'll say 2 times as x goes to 100, x divided by 100. Is that what we want? Right now, I think x times 2, or maybe just x. 100 is a pretty big hit, but I don't know if that's the strongest we want to be. We can try it. 100 meters per second squared, which would be the force of acceleration, is what we're talking about. So, alright, let's get rid of all that. And then I'll just simply pass in the hit power. Yeah. Should be able to see a print. And now my hit should be considering the hit power. There's the ball. It was hit at 9. And I can't control the thing again. It did successfully transfer the force, but the part of the charging the meter is incorrect. So let's see what's going on there. I see we have left mouse down. We also need left mouse up. That's one problem. That's really all I can see so far. Another thing is we are setting charging hit to false here. We want to do hit cue ball. Once we hit that cue ball, we'll set the charging power, or the hit power, back down to 1. Alright, let's try that out. Through the magic of Python. This should work. I don't know why I'm way over here. Boom. ball in hand right now. For some reason, it only worked like that. Nice, it works. A little finicky there, though. Alright, well, we need a meter to go with it instead of just these prints. But I'd call that a pretty good commit. I'm going to commit that. Okay. Chargeable hit. Chargeable. There we go. Now we're chargeable. But we're not done because we still have to add a meter. So let's create a new class for that. Be pretty specific about what it is. It'll definitely extend either entity or button. I'm not sure. The UI stuff is kind of mystifying to me, to be honest. I have another UI thing on here, and it's funky. A lot of code. Alright, I'm used to using HTML for my UI, so it's weird to have a bunch of loops and stuff in there. I like the idea of making it green. I like the idea of using a quad as the model. And then it's adjusting the scale X depending on the hit power when it calls update. That actually looks pretty good. Hit charge meter. And then in the update function, I think I just have to call update. I don't see it. Maybe it's rendered in the middle of the screen or something, I don't know. I don't see it. First of all, how's the logic? Logic looks fine. That number that we're printing is what we're updating this number to. Negative scale. Self scale X divided by 2. That's weird. X is scale X. It's depending on scale X, which is between 0 and 1. And then it's... Yeah, I don't think I like that. Just make it bigger for now. In a very crude way. And see if that theoretically makes it visible. Music is pretty loud. There we go. Alright. I took away the print, and I don't see the meter. See if I can see it somewhere. Anybody see a meter anyway? Yeah, I don't see it. Let's see. From Ursina. See what I mean? UI is mystifying. Let's say instead of that, we want to show the menu, which we do have on the UI here. Raticide. That's pretty cool for Python over at Twitch. Thank you so much. Python is a pretty capable language. Also, sorry I didn't see your message. I literally forgot about Twitch since I don't have any followers. Yep. All right. Let's try. Trying to figure out why this damn thing is not showing. And the music is blasting in my ears. But I don't care. Let's see. Are you still watching? I'm sorry for not getting to your message sooner. I'm a derp. Close out of this stuff. Nice, I like that detuning. It's nice. It's pretty sweet. Do.
Let's learn something.
That dude. Oh my god. Alright. Figure out why this damn thing's not showing. Where's my menu at? Menu parent. Okay. This is the problem. Or I assume that this is the problem. I never really fully figured out how to do this. I just kind of copied this. So the menu parent. What's going on with that? That's enabled. Okay. And then we change the game state. Just wondering. Just very crudely. When the menu gets to, or when the hit meter gets to 100, open the menu. Alright. This is just a test of the UI. basically. Yeah, look, it worked. It opened the menu. So it's attached to something. Or whatever. Let me see how that works. So the menu parent is called Camera UI. That should be what I can attach this hit meter to. So prior to this, Camera UI should be the parent. Does that make a huge difference? Is that what I'm missing? Let's see. Yeah, that is what I'm missing. And the scale I've made ridiculous with this 200. If I put it back to the way that it actually came, how Copilot intended it, does it work when implemented properly? Just a simple little meter, I guess, at the bottom. I want to see it as a meter on the side, though. Yeah, look. It works. Alright. And then the other part of that is to animate the pool cue. Basically. And figure out why it still looks like a Harry Potter wand instead of a pool cue. Despite the fact that I made some lightly colored textures. Why in the world does it still look like that? I think I still have a wood texture. If I restore it from my trash can. I'll give that a try real quick because it's quick. Be quicker if I search. Yeah, we've got some wood here, wood light. But I need a cold one. A cold piece of lumber. I reach for wood light. It's refreshing and durable. Wood light. I don't think I'd buy it if it was called light. Unless I was making it an airplane, model airplane or something like that. Alright, where did wood light go? This I made into cherry wood. I could just Photoshop that. But that would take a little bit longer. It'd be nicer to figure out where that just went. And I guess I can't see it right away there. Wood light, there it is finally. So if I change the pool cue class texture from cue to wood light, right? That's where it is, and that's what it's called, right? Wood light, LIGHT _. Does that make it look less like a Harry Potter wand? No, it's not even. If anything, that looks more like a Harry Potter wand. Just a little hitski. Oh, let's get rid of that menu opening up. Alright. So the key to that was to attach the menu to the UI, to the camera, to the camera.ui. Was that what it was? Camera.ui. do a little hit. That was too little. This needs to go back down to 0. Let's see. Ball's not moving. This is probably a good place to do it. Think about it. Yeah, this is... when balls have stopped. Checking for movement and collisions. This is for charging the hit. And this is ball in hand and moving the cue ball. Just see, really just a sanity check if ball in hand still works. Yeah. We get fucked now, boy. Oh shit. It's not bad. It's really not bad. There's just some small tweaks to be made. And also the core game logic, and probably a lot more in terms of the 3D object and the material and stuff. I'm not sure. The material can come into play on the physics, but I'm not that sophisticated enough to know how exactly. And I have to use the bathroom real quick. I'll remove the cryptic part. Alright, don't go anywhere. Use the bathroom. Hey, what's up, guys? Let me know if you're still there. I think that the next thing that we're gonna do is gonna be let's finish the end game. So when we have the ball and when we have the game and we're placing the balls, let's only place a few balls. Or how about this? Let's create a UI message. Now I know that this game engine actually has a default thing for a message, so hello, you're adding UI messages / alerts, whatever we call them, to a billiards game. There's a couple other things. What the hell did I just do? Phew, that was insane. I don't even know what I just pressed, but it completely reoriented the text. Okay, so for later, what we can have is orient the cube correctly. This is all the stuff that we have to choose from for later. Orient the cube correctly. And let me know if you have any suggestions here, if you're watching. So we can orient the cue correctly. We can, let me think what else. Debug the menu. No, I'm not gonna add that. Orienting the cue. Orient the menu, the charge bar. Here's a big one. The heads-up display that features what player is which ball time. That's a big one. Etc. etc. Something else for later? I'm not sure. And the score, obviously. Obviously. Game over menu. And that'll probably do her for this stream. It's too bad. I had a little birdie, but the little birdie flew away. stream in order. What's up, guys? Show some love if you're here. Show some love for a developer who doesn't get any. There we go. I missed it. There's my evil stuff on the conversation UI, which is a prefab from Ursina. Let's see. Interesting. I like that language parsing that it's doing. That's fun. That's very fun. Now, as far as this goes, it needs to be translated downward. Right now, it's just kind of like fixed to the top there. And that's cool and all. But what we want to do is we want to make it to where it's like from the bottom up, and we can multiply the line height by the number of lines, I guess. And then we have the window dimensions right here, so let's see, we have functions ask, init, and it is where everything is going to be placed. So this is what we're looking for. All right. So there we moved it downward, the text entity. The more indicator is here. And I'm not sure if question is the right thing. Let's change the radius of the quad to 1. You may be wondering, does a quad have a radius? It might. I don't think that the UI element changed. And there's a pretty big hint over there when we're looking at the options there, because it creates several of them. And it's this right here. So if we want to change the scale of this, we can. I think that that's telling us that it's like 1/10 of the screen. That's probably a pretty good scale right there. We could change the position of the question, which is what we want to do, really. Let's go back before we change the position of the text, which I guess is parented to the question, which is a button element. Let's make sure that we're back inside of the bounds of the text of the element there. And we have a 2-line limit. That's probably fine. The text height itself could probably be taller. But all we want to do is translate to the bottom of the page here. So whatever is the height of our button right there is going to be the offset. And it's going to be like a height of 0.1 or something. And I'm not sure how far down it goes. Maybe 10. Let's see. Self dot question dot, let's see, what do we do here? Position. 0 and -2. Let's just see if that moves it down. Perhaps it moved it down too much. Let's go -0.1. Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for joining in. Alright, so we did move it down 0.1. So I'd say we're going between 1 and 0.1. So let's go 0.3 on the translation. And I'm worried, what I need to test, that looks good in terms of where I want the UI element. I'm not gonna worry about the questions right now. This will be name only. I don't think ask is going to be a thing for me. But I'll go ahead and leave it. My main question is when I change this to full screen, what's the UI going to look like? My guess is that it's going to not be the same level. 1080 is fine, actually. It looks relative. All right, I'm going to put it back. Minus 0.1. Minus 0.1 might be the right call here. 0.15 maybe, just down a tad. Because I do want to make myself available to doing the questions. Alright, let's bring it down just a tad. 0.15. Alright, that looks good. Now let's make it do what we want. This is how the conversation gets parsed. If I don't send that in as a question, does it still work? Leave. Instead of leave, I want it to just say okay. That way we can click OK. Okay. Nice. Okay. Is dedent is just a Python thing, or I guess we're not worrying about the indentations. So here we have that. I think I'm going to wrap that in a function called print message. Or no, yeah, yes, please. Or just simply, let's just add this to the constructor as message. This is called conversation, but we can add it to the variables. So variables object goes in here, and it just simply gets assigned. So I'm thinking we can just do if self.variables object, and do like it has attribute on it. Has, is it the right way to do it? I think it's a capital A. I'm not sure about that actually. Hey, what's up? Let me know if you're here. There's a pretty big delay, so I apologize if I can't see something or if it seems like I'm not being responsive. Alright, what are we doing? We need to get this finished. I'm done messing around. I'm done. All right. You know, my mom is my biggest fan. And my wife. They're both my biggest fans. It's my fan club. Karl Strickland, what's up? Thank you for joining. If you're able to, go over to Twitch and follow me there and watch there too. Right now I'm just simply trying to set the text to message. It's right here. And it should say sup now. Sup. That's for you, Karl Strickland. Sup. Pretty good shot, not bad. Sank that one too. All right. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to use our adjusted constructor in place of our prints. And I think that also we'll want them to probably close automatically. I'm not sure how to do that in Python. It would be pretty annoying if they don't close automatically, I'll be honest. Let's just see if we can be guided into it. Seems simple enough. This is 100% Python. This is the Ursina game engine. And I stole these, well, I didn't steal them. They're free balls, 3D objects. I put them in Blender and then I copied them a bunch of times and changed the colors and numbers on them. See? It was fun. I actually like Blender. It's pretty sweet. All right. I'm gonna see if there's a simple way to close after timeout. It's super difficult at the beginning to understand Blender was for me because I'm stupid, but after a few hours it starts to make sense and there's a lot to it, so Alright, well, let's change that to 2 seconds. And it works. That's great. Now we can reliably use this and not make it so annoying. And as far as the toggle function goes, I'm not sure what's going on with the indentation, but it's trivial. Yeah, I honestly, I mean, some of the stuff that I've seen some of the people do with Blender is incredible. And it just adds so much depth to the game. But at the same time, it does look just kind of jank. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a real pool ball. And if you can accept that and you make a game that's like kind of cool with that, then I think you're good to go. I gotta fix the collision. It's on the list. You know what I mean? It's on the list. And I gotta fix the pool cue. Ball in hand works. And make myself an easy shot. Oh, come on. Oh, that wasn't good. I gotta fix that. Oh, I missed it. Let's do a hard hit here. Oh. Alright, well, this is a pretty good commit. I'll go ahead and leave that constructor commented out because I may need it. I hate how they've double spaced there. It sucks. Alright, so this is a pretty big commit. Say conversation, mostly. Alright, and with that, that's done. And now I'm in the bathroom. Oops. I'll be right back. Bathroom very quickly. There we go. I'm back. Let me know if you're still here, if you're still watching, and helps me with my self-esteem. Alright, so with a clean slate, we're back from the bathroom. This is not really the case. I found that the dimensions are relative. I think it's setting the scale based on the window. Something. The effect is that it's actually relative, and I don't have to worry. The UI will appear in the same place every time, so that's great. So now we're implementing custom UI everywhere. Everywhere. Now, there's a couple of places, particularly this hit cue ball right here. We don't need that one, so we'll get rid of that one. But right here, this will be conversation, and I think that will be sufficient. But I'll have to import it actually, and then it won't error out. So once I actually import it. Oh, we don't have a module named conversation then? Util, okay. There it is. Alright. So util.conversation. Player 1's turn. Player 2's turn. I don't see the conversation anymore. But it did seem to work for the most part, so that's good. So when we sink a ball, we're gonna change a part of the state of the turn, and then when we call a function called balls have stopped, then we're gonna call a function called assess turn. Which will either end the game or call next turn, which currently just increments the player. Now, what we want to do is define an init turn function. And there's a little bit of a logical divergence going on within this billiards class. And some of this is game iterating logic, like next turn. The one that we're trying to do right here is init turn. And let's see what else we have for turn. That's pretty much it. So right here on next turn, we will call init turn. And we'll wait until the turn disposition is set to true. Or the turn can continue is set to either true or false via when the balls are moving. And then the balls moving will also trigger the end of that. The next thing that we want to do when we're doing balls have stopped is print the turn disposition at the end. And that's the type of thing that is going to be down here, I think. Turn iteration stuff right here. Def print turn disposition. So we can use the conversation in print turn disposition, which we should call every time we do balls have stopped. Or on assess turn. I think we have a little bit of a definition barrier here. So we can do print turn disposition up here. Before we do any of the other stuff. So in this game, the turn will theoretically be extend to when the balls have stopped moving. That's when the turn is over. So before that, right when the balls have stopped moving, we're gonna print the turn disposition. So we can see what happened. That's the turn disposition right there. That's also the turn disposition. It's a bug. That should be a foul right there, yeah. That should print that I sank something. So for ball in hand, I think we're just going to print ball in hand. It's not there, not on the input. Not cue ball sank. Conversation. We'll just say ball in hand. What else? Shall we play the game out? Let's see. Is this where we should print the sank ball? Player 2's turn. Uh-oh. 3 positional arguments were given. Yeah, no. I'll just get rid of that. I'm not interested in 3 positional arguments. I guess it splayed one of the objects. Oh, dude, I just saw your message. Jank adds character sometimes. It totally does, brother. It totally does. I like that comment about jank adding character. Oops. Not enough force on that one. What has happened? Player 2 wins because I sank the 8 ball. So for win game, I want another function here called print win. Just print win. Not win type. Isn't win type, yeah, there's a self win type. So print win should be based on the self. What is the... Yeah, no, yeah, let's go with that. Let's see. I think I want 2 menus. I have a menu class. Let's see. Don't I have a... No, I don't have a menu class. We do want a menu class. Absolutely, we want a menu class. Good lord. Took me forever to type that. Alright. The custom UI is what we're doing. It's taking forever. I don't need to save that. Whatever that is. I don't need to look at that. All I'm trying to do is make it print the right win game message. And then what needs to happen after that is the option to start a new game. And then we have like a complete game loop, I think. So that's why a game over menu is necessary right now. So it's time to add a menu class. Alright, so menu.py. Not there. I'm not sure what that does. Hopefully something good. Oh. It would help if I brought in the necessary dependencies. How about all of them? Let's bring them all in. Alright, let's go. Scratch on the brake. That's how we can lose real quick. I'm not sure the messages overlap. That was pretty bad. Alright, now I have only one chance. Ka-chow. Yeah, it's not too good. Hitbox is not really a good thing. Alright, here we go. Can't miss this one, right? Player 1 fouled. Oh, something's gone wrong with the game logic. That should definitely be a lose game scenario. Well, we gotta fix that. That definitely won't do anymore. Betty. Gotta make these balls stop quicker. That ball in hand issue. Quickest thing to do would be to just sink it, move it, and then sink it again. Fix that ball in hand issue. Oh, it's almost there. There it is. I missed that one. It's pretty cool playing my own game. I'm not gonna lie. It's like I'm a proud mother. I'm proud of my child. I sat here and I breastfed this game into what it is right now. Still a baby, but one day it'll be a big kid game. Come out of diapers, start taking shits on the toilet. I just want to see what happens. Legitimately, I want to see when there's no more balls. Fuck in the hole. There we go. Oh my god. Pretty janky. Come on. This game sucks, dude. This game sucks. I just had it. Go in the hole. There we go. Alright, what happens when I do this? What happens? Player 2 wins. I'm stuck in billiards purgatory. Alright, so a lot has happened here, but mostly nothing. I tried to abstract out a menu, but I don't think it's not working. Hold on. Play, resume. Shall I make this the game over menu specifically? don't have that. I don't know what the hell that would be. Yeah, let's make it black so we can see it. And then on Billiards, where we're importing menu, we'll import this class instead. And instantiate it as such. And that should be it. Unless that's something we have to do on the constructor specifically. This is instantiating the Billiards class right here. And I don't see my menu. It's just not there. I could try to make it way bigger. It looks like about the same thing as the conversation in terms of its size. What if I change the model to cube? What would that do? Oh, it's enabled set to false. Let's set it to true by default. No, I still don't see it. It's not there. But the conversation is. Hey, Safe. Good to see you. Of course I remember you. If you can, go over to Twitch as well, so that we can get more people watching over there. So right now, game logic needs a little bit of work, and the UI also needs a little bit of work. Particularly the messages. But I'm gonna switch over from doing that. I'm not having much luck. I'm gonna go into repositioning the queue, which is for some reason skewed all the way to the right. Yeah, dude, I remember you. For sure. You said you were from the UAE. How's it going, man? You said it's like about 4 something over there right now. Yeah, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Thank you for doing that. Alright. So, yeah, this isn't working out. So I'm not doing that anymore. Instead, I'm going to go ahead and reposition the cue ball, not the cue as in the stick. Oh, it's 2:30 there now. I forgot what time it was the other day relative to your time. I guess, nah, that must have been 2 hours. Obviously. So one thing I noticed is that these messages are displaying one on top of each other, which is interesting. But if that happens, that means it's not gonna look very good. So we can't have that happening. So we'll likely have to do a queue of messages and then print them all at the end of the sequence. Yeah, it must be about a 5 or 6 hour difference from me, because right now it's 6:18 a.m. for me in the morning. I'm one of those early morning people. I get most things done during the morning. All right, so we're trying to reposition the cue ball right now, which is done on Billiards. I'm thinking about removing all of this because it's pretty useless to me right now. Here's start game. And on main, I think we're calling start game on the menu. So when we call start game, that is when we are calling place queue. So let's go to place queue. Here's where we're placing the cue ball. And let's just change the position and see what happens. Step in the wrong direction. Let's see this. No menu. Let me close out of all these windows. I don't have anything right now committed, so I think that all this is doing is confusing me. I don't know if you heard that. That was an actual rooster. That's the kind of place I live. A place with actual roosters in the morning. Alright. So we've changed the Z variable to -8. It hasn't done anything. Something is repositioning this, I believe. But actually, that's right. We didn't actually change that because I rolled that back. So now I'll actually change that to give it a fair shake. And when I do that, where does the ball end up? Way over there. All right. Let's compromise there with -3. Almost. Why is that like that? Not sure. I'm really not. I'm not sure what that's relative to. Almost with -4. Seems like it's not close enough. Am I in the wrong place now? Okay, there we go. Almost there. With -5. And let me comment that out. And I think that this is all I need right now, and it'll help reduce time. -6.5. Well, that's too much somehow. So -6 is almost there. Or no, it's not. Interesting. I think that's pretty interesting. Let me try this again. If this is what I think it is, then that's pretty crazy. Hey, what's up, Saif? Thank you for going over to Twitch. Trying to get the situation with the windows situated. So that's like almost there. And the troubling thing is that this is somehow relative to how many... Never mind. Never mind. The unfortunate thing is I can't optimize the speed of this. It is what it is, I guess. Alright, alright. Should that be a 7 though? Is it gonna matter? Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's whack it. Bam. So there should have been a message printed there, but I think that this looks good for repositioning the cue ball. At least it's centered, and we don't need to mess with it again. Lord knows. I'll probably need to mess with it when I rescale the balls, which I will need to do because, as you can see, the physics is not behaving exactly correct. All right. Let's see, what else can we do? The game over menu, yeah. What is happening with the game over menu? I guess we can just have the one menu. Oh yeah. The other one will be restart click. Billiards. I don't think we have a restart game. We do have a start game. Clear the physics entities and start the game. I bet we'll run into problems with this. I bet you we will. But we will see. I don't. I think that we just saw some of those problems that I was talking about. Yeah. See. Couple of event handlers on here. Yeah, that should be good right there. Wonder why that didn't work. Wonder why it doesn't work. What happens when I click the escape? Game paused. You're enabled. Okay. How does it, how does it open the menu? Oh, here. So it'll continually enable that is what's happening. Yeah, no, that's not what we want, unfortunately. We do want something like this, but this is not it. Yeah, we can simplify that too. But I'm okay with that. So start and restart are doing the same thing at the moment. But let's see. Start. Escape. Escape. Let's see. When we hit escape here, we set the player to disabled. So we need to create a function here called pause game. This is more like toggle pause. All right. So outside of this, we can just call billiards.togglePause. Or just not, because it's not really related at all. We just need to show the menu, and this should be able to handle itself separately. Oh, I see. We're only handling the input if the player is enabled. Let's change that. And then on input, we'll make this the player section, the kind of like the game section, and if game paused is return. Yeah, that works. There we go. Gotta get rid of those balls. How do you do a destructor? I don't think that gets called automatically. I think I have to do that explicitly. Sorry for the technical difficulty there. Alright, so we want to destroy these balls. Alright. Pay no attention to the fact that that problem is back. Restart. Balls are still not being destroyed. I probably did not call the destroy entities. Nice, there we go. Can't click the ball right there. Alright, so we're going to create an init function. Which is frankly going to be doing too much. But that's okay. Alright, so we'll call that function there, and then in restart, we will also be calling that function. Restart. How to lose a game in 10 minutes. Pretty sure I lost the game a long time ago. restart the game, no problem. When I start the game, when I init the game, I want to do it as ball in hand is true, and not do place cue ball. Although I think I need to do place cue ball because it literally actually creates the cue ball. Nice. Good way to lose. Alright, I like that. Let's see what made it in. Good enough for me. Let's see. Start should only be enabled if the game is not started. Let's do a debug menu too. Probably be pretty easy to do a debug menu. We should be doing it. About that first. This is probably the first thing I should have done. And next time it'll be the first thing that I do. And there's no reason I can't use the console, actually, so. The question is where to fire it, so. That's the $1 million question. Where do I fire it? All right, well. Also, my conversation is supposed to be working in the right place too. I'm not sure that it is. Something is not right. But if I just focus on this one thing, should be able to hone in. So if we make the start menu only enabled when the game is not started, then it's enabled by default. menu button class is something to find right here. And that's going to have a enabled or disabled, I don't really know. Let's see. Enabled. Okay, so they all have an attribute called enabled. So once we set that to false, it should be false forever. Alright, that should be targeting the right button. So start. And then it's not there anymore. That's one way to do it. I'd call that a win. Let's fix the quit. What does the quit button do? Had a mishap here. A tragedy. Oh, it says handle restart click. Should be handle quick click. Quick click. Quick click. Quit. Great. That's done. Let's go with heads up display. Yeah, well, hey, what's up, man? It's good to see you. I can't say that I wrote the entire physics, but I did create the wireframe, and then when you look at the apply collision forces, I did not write any of this. This is basically just ripped. from Copilot. Copilot just ripped that for me, basically. That's good. That's an improvement in the delay. I'm glad to hear it, but it'll fluctuate. But the way that the collision forces is applied is still by stuff. The way that it's applied to the Arcida engine, it's all stuff that I've had to shepherd it through at this point. So I'm trying to create a heads-up display. Right now I've made it to where it's ball in hand at first. And then I can hit the ball, scratch on the brake, and lose the game. I think I've lost the game here. There. Yeah, we've reached a weird point. Yeah. Case, lose game, scratch on brake, can't place ball in hand. Yeah, that's probably going to be something simple. But for now, we're focusing on the heads-up display. Real NKB, thank you for watching, dude. I think it extends button, right? I think I want it to extend button instead of entity. Let me see how it's done here. We've got the parent, which is an entity. Yeah, let's see. And then there's update down here, which you can just set the text to it. And the text is just set to 0 until it's updated, so it needs to call update. Okay, we'll play along with that. Just into main, we'll go ahead and import this. Import HUD. I don't think this is going to be enough. I think we're going to have to define specific points for the different HUD attributes. And be a little bit more specific. But for now, let's see. HUD equals HUD. And then we need to call HUD.update. And by that time, do we need to have set the text? All it's doing is updating a counter. Alright, that's cool. Okay, so this is going to be like an example of how to do this. So, above the update function that I have, we'll define the HUD. And then inside of the update function, we will update the HUD. Alright, let's see what that looks like. What is it? What is it doing? What is it doing? just define that. Did I run out of music? I forgot where the music was coming from. I might be using it unfairly. Oh, it's here. They say it's royalty free. I completely forgot where it was coming from. Alright, but I need the counter to be incremented. Plus equals. Maybe it just equals time dt. Don't stop trying to confuse me. Plus equals 1. And then you can update the text. There's no need to complicate this right now. I'm just trying to update this. Oh, okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. So self.num, whatever, doesn't matter to me. Can't name two things the same thing. Oh, I see a square with, oh, looks like some numbers in there. Let's see, that's a win. I'd call that a win for sure. Quit. Alright, let's make it decent looking. Got camera UI. It's supposed to be color clear. Why is it red? Color black. The origin, position. Let's see. I recall these being very sensitive. -2, -2. And then the scale is way off. I'm just gonna set it to 1, 1. Seems very small. Still very small. Here the scale is even set to smaller. Alright, yeah. At least now I can read it. But it's incoherently placed. If I set the scale to 1, 1, which I think is the same as effectively just not even placing it, and I set the position to 0, 0, will it like completely overtake the screen, kind of? Yeah, kind of. Enough to kind of reliably understand what's going on. So the origin is -2, -2. What happens if I set the origin, whatever the hell that is, to 0, 0? I don't think it changed anything at all. I don't think that changed anything at all. Let's remove those and see what happens. Yeah, nothing. Scale. Let's remove that one too. It looks pretty close to just nothing. Yeah, if we're multiplying by nothing, then 1 is, yeah, whatever. Let's get rid of that. It's obviously not working. And this is kind of incoherent. And so all we have is a square with some numbers in it. Okay. Let's get rid of the position. Let's get rid of the scale. Let's change the color to not red. Let's actually just get rid of the color. And as far as the text goes, let's set the text to color white. It's very white. So that was not the right thing to do. Matter of fact, let's get rid of that color altogether. Oh god. That is way too bright. Hey, what's going on YouTube? Thank you for joining. Appreciate you very much. Jeez, man, that is way too bright. Let's set them both to black. Ooh, it's very black and very mysterious. But it's too black. Color red. I'll have to set one to red so I can see the other. There we go. And the position has changed. So this position appears to matter right here. I want to remove the one that doesn't matter. If that makes sense. Yep, that's the one that doesn't matter. Now, as far as the text goes, we can play with the origin a little bit. I think it's fair to say that it translated a little bit. Let's up that just a tad, see where it ends up. I'm not sure why it's moving like that. It's interesting. A little confused about what happened there, but let's continue that. All right, we're completely off of the screen there. I think this is the one that we want to set to 6. This one we can set to 5. I don't know why it's moving over like that. That's crazy. I'm not sure. But alright, it does work. Just need to figure out exactly where we want to place it. And I think 4-4 was too much. Let's try -3, -3. This music is taking my brain over. Let's, instead of having it print that number, let's just have it print a solid 0 every time. Because it's possible that we're just getting, you know, the text is changing. Yeah, there we go. This is how we'll have to place it. All right, so this is great. So now we can change this to -4, -4. And as a matter of fact, we can measure the translation by placing a secondary counter. And yeah. same stuff. So that we're measuring the distance here. I'm gonna make this one white. I think. Yeah, okay, so that second one was the -3, and then this one was the -4. So let's change it to greater on X than on Y. It looks to be greater on X than on Y. Is that true? I'd say it was greater on Y than it was on X. So let's make this one 8. And this one -2. And that was the opposite. This one 2. And this one 8. The -8 is too much in that direction, so that one's gonna have to be 0. Let's see what the origin at 0, 0 is. This is 0, 0. This is -4, -4. Let's do another one. At -2, -2. And we'll make it green. I'm not a heathen. Alright, there's -2, -2. Not quite what I expected. -4, -4 is closer to the origin than -2, -2. That's completely insane. I don't know what to make of that at all. Let's go +4, +4. Kind of just befuddled by exactly what's going on. +4, +4 is the closest to where I want it to be. I'd like it to be somewhere up here. Is it placed? See, +4, and then something from this one. +4, -4. Let's try +4, -4. See where that puts it. Possibly the other way around. What plane is that even on? It's really weird. -4 is the Y. But how is it not? X plus equals... It pluses by 0.1. The scale is times equals 2. All that stuff is fine. That doesn't really affect what I'm doing here. But alright, let's just keep going. Exactly understand these variables. This is the closest it's been so far, so what does -2 look like? Okay. This is almost exactly where I want it. Can I set this to none or something? Just not specify. It's going to end up being color clear. Oh, please be a thing. Don't burn my eyes. As a matter of fact, let me see, let me check the Aircina documentation. I do not want my eyes to be burned right now. RGB. If we get RGB in here, which we would have if we import all of Aircina. Clear RGB. No. Not RGBA. Is that correct? I don't know enough about RGB. I feel like the tint of the color. Tint sounds like what we want. E, what's E? Is E something that's globally defined in Aircina? Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for joining. I don't know. I don't know enough about this. I'll try color clear, and I'll hope for the best. Can I code in Golang? Not yet. I haven't learned that stuff yet. Let's try out color clear. Alright, color clear actually works, surprisingly. And this up here is the closest thing that we have, so that's almost the winner. Let's try to set that to 5 instead. And rename it. Get rid of the other guys. Yeah, no Golang or Rust yet. Haven't had the drive or ambition, if I'm being honest. So that must have been pushed down by the others. So I'm wondering if 4 is the right number. -4 for translation. It's definitely closer. May want to go 5. The line breaking makes sense. Now that I'm really thinking about it, it really does. 6, is that going to be closer? It's a little closer. 8. All right, so this is just going to be the message, heads up message. It's not going to be a counter anymore. It's going to be just a message, a little node right there. And the text of it is going to be set, I think, separately. It's going to be globally available, so it's going to have a set text method. I think it's just going to stay there. Doesn't really need anything. But it does need a set text. I don't think it needs an update. I could try to update it. Nada. Has no attribute called update. Yeah, okay, so let's go ahead and remove that. As if we don't need to update it, as if it will just update on its own. I don't think that's true. We do need to call... something. Something's missing. Right there, we set the text. So if we instead just set the text right here, and then we just pass it up right there, we have the same effect. Is the question. Yeah. Same effect. So the answer is yes, we can just set the text here. Which for some reason, I thought this would do that, but apparently it does not. So we can change this to message. It should be the same thing, right? Oops. What have I done? Be pretty much the same thing. Yeah. Alright, so there's the HUD message. But the only thing that we need to have here... Hey, I don't think we need update. Yeah, we don't need update. Get rid of that altogether. Still running. And then we just call set text. What is that? Oh. And let's see. Just to prove it's working, you can do HUD set text. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I don't need all that right now. But there's a little bit of an issue there. The text didn't update. Or what happened? Let's see. Should have at least been set to something else if it didn't update. Interesting. Now it's not even set to anything at all. Yeah, I gotta get rid of that now. Okay, now I got my 0 back. That's good. But when I call set text, what? 0 goes away. HUD set text. Not that. Duh. Some gibberish. And it should just set it once I define that. but it never does, which is not good. We were able to create a counter method and update the text that way. I don't know what the difference is, to be honest, but whatever. Let's see if that will actually work here. So instead of just setting the text, we'll do this, which seems the same. I saw something and then it kind of went away. Just curious, when I start the game, does it no, that doesn't work either. Well, I think I gotta get rid of it and then replace it, I guess. Yeah. Let's try that instead. Well, gotta get rid of it first. See, I have an example of this actually. Disable and remove. Those are functions in the entity class. So these are the ones I need to call. Disable and remove. And I think once I do that, yeah, my message is updating here. I don't know why it... Oh, okay, so I'm not supposed to use remove anymore. So we're going to remove, apparently. And then as far as why it's going over that way, I'm not really sure. But we will have a... message equals HUD, and we're just going to set to self.message. And we're not going to worry about any kind of num at this point because we're not Linkin Park. No one codes in Rust. Man, this widget is really stupid. No one codes in Rust, something I can't read, with the compiler and borrow checker until we are all in agreement of how this is the solution should work, and lo and behold, it works well. Yeah, what, you just kind of fumble your way there in Rust. It's kind of what I do in C++. I'm not very good with C++. That's what I'm doing with this at the moment, but the ease of use makes it easy to bumble my way about. Okay, so I've bumbled my way to having a set text here. And so very simply, I can just set the text to whatever I want. Anywhere, right? There's effectively some events on here, so... Let's see... Just test that simple message right there. Oh, it has no attribute number. Yeah, that's true. So current player. That's all it is. Billiards current player. Yeah, I meant to try out Rust. But I did this instead because this is kind of fun. I'm not seeing my ball in hand text at all. I don't know, is it even updating? I don't see anything anymore. Oh, I think that the message just needs to be set to text, not this text node, because that's going to be confusing to it. And then this update is actually going to be where it's going to need to update the text node itself. Yeah, so this is going to be self.message disabled. And then self.message equals the new text node, or whatever derivative of, and then we'll go there. So far so good, we have text. String has no attribute disable. Oh, of course. Oh yeah, we're using the same thing, so we'll set this to text. Yeah. Not sure why I would have to do that twice, but there you go. So all we have to do is set that to self.text. And when we're setting the text, we set self.text to text. And yeah, that should be good. Man, I really need to work on this interface, huh? Hmm. I mean, why not, right? Why wouldn't I need to do that? I mean, thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube or follow on Twitch if you haven't already. Why wouldn't it just be the hardest thing in the world, you know what I mean? Well, that was a sync. Should be an endgame message. But it isn't. That's part of the problem I'm trying to fix right now. What's up, guys? So the HUD is not updating in the way that I wanted it to. I did a moment ago when I had a counter here. I'm thinking I should just go back to that. So is this gonna update? It sets the text to that, but can I just set it to the num and then see the number going up? No, I can't. Overwrites it somehow. It's probably gonna overwrite it here, but I'm not sure why that would overwrite it to blank text. It's been overwritten again. Is there another place? Blank set text, there isn't. Not sure. See it very briefly. And then it goes away. So I have an update function here. When it's being called. If I get rid of that, it's still updating, first of all. Which is odd. How is it updating if I haven't updated it? Well, I could pass the update function, but it should be called anyway. Predictably, it still goes away. It's the scaling attributes that have changed. Yeah, the scaling attributes appear to... So it's there, okay, it's just inching to the left for whatever reason. It's good to know that it's there. Now, why would it be, first of all, how is it incrementing if update is not being called? I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong place or not. This is completely out of the picture right here. Unless... Yeah, no HUD anywhere else If I do a Control Shift Z on HUD, the only reference is in the class itself and in main. So why would HUD be being updated somewhere? Doesn't make much sense. You can see the number there. If I just keep it to 0, I just stay there. Okay. Then in theory, I think I have to initialize this. This is probably my problem. I think this is the Python way right here. You have to call self in the constructor, and then you're good to go. And then I can set this to self.text and nothing else. And then I can actually call this wow. I meant to do that in there. Nope. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see any text here. The only text that I ever saw has no attribute number. Yeah, probably not. The only time I see text is when I don't call update. Still no attribute num. Text entity. Which nonsense. Really. All right. This invoke is the magic function, I think. To figure out. So we're able to just invoke a function, like whenever, I guess. Close after timeout. That's how we're handling the close. And the first thing that we're doing, we added a message in here, I think. Yes, here. We set the text to the message. Of question. I don't even think this is working. I don't even want to destroy it, really. I'm gonna set the text. Yeah. Let's try this. Self.txt equals something. And then we'll set this to self.txt only in the update function. So let's see how that works. Everybody left. Yeah, I know. I know it doesn't have a update. I know that. I know that. I think I want to extend button. There's a button right there. That's nice. I think I want the scale and the position to be the same as it was over there. Yeah, there's no need to overcomplicate this. I don't know why I've spent so much time on this. Dry content. Everybody's come and gone. I mean, I should have access to all these variables anyway. I don't think they're private or anything. There's the HUD. Alright, what does color clear look like? Alright, color clear is pretty good. I think for the heads-up display though, I think I want a scale. Should just be self, right? Can I just set text? Self.message. At this point, I'm just using a button. Let's find the button. Alright, so we can use all this stuff. To model the button. Yeah. Scale is 1:1. Yeah, that's obvious. But I need to control how big it is. That's why. Is that going to be the width of it though? I don't need that anymore. That's the position of it. Text entity. Yeah, so if I double the scale of the text and then I reduce the scale so the scale is 1 divided by HUD scale. reciprocal. So in this case, it'll be 4-4. Basically just kind of negating the difference there. This was what, -5? Or 5, -5? But I don't think that's right. I think that it needs to be the self.origin. And we'll make it 5, -5. I don't know, just to set it to something. Excuse me. Back 3 is not callable on HED. Oh, dear. I don't see it anywhere there. I just assume that it's way too far off, and it's because of the scaling there. Yeah, so when we increase the scale, we change the context of the origin. Jeez, get out of the game. Terminal. There we go, back in the game. Okay, so here we've moved it down too much. But I think the second number is correct. Maybe I, the opposite. Oh, I'm only... yeah, alright. Fair enough. That was silly of me. I don't mind the -1 there. Is this going to put it in the center if I set the origin to 0? It should. I wish it would. What if I set it to -2? That's off the screen. So here -1 is correct. Maybe this is where I'm looking for. Maybe here. I have no idea. Completely guessing. Oh, that's closer. .5. Hey, 1.5. It's getting pretty close. 1.55. I got a good feeling about 1.55. I have no idea. One divided by that. That's not gonna yield. I'm trying to think, will it yield anything? It'll be like 4. that's not right. Plus, arbitrarily. Oh, what has happened? Negative. To negate the whole thing. Although, that's not a bad place for it. I think we'd call that a day. Let's see, wait. I gotta go back to the place where I was just a second ago. 1 divided by HUD scale? Is that where I had it? Uh-oh. Oh, thank gosh. -1, 1. Ooh, no. I forgot. 1.5. 1. I completely forgot where it was supposed to go. -1. Oh, that's pretty good. What happens at positive 2.5 on that one? Ooh. That's clean. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty clean. It's not very clean anymore. Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for joining. This is my first raid on Twitch, so enjoy the hilarity. Hey guys, what's up? This is my game that I got here. Still needs a lot of love and work, but I think it becomes something great pretty soon. See, the ball in hand situation is a little bit terrible right now. So if I just probably disable that. Just stash these changes as a matter of fact. Sub. Oh yeah, it has its own working physics, that's right. Smash. Not quite working like in the sense that it's like perfect, but it does implement a physics engine. Not entirely my work. Kind of the way that it's integrated is my work, but this particular algorithm, the collision transfer, is the work of Copilot. So before you guys got here, I was working on the HUD display. But I also have this cool conversation API that is like, for some reason, the one that came with the game engine, which is Ursina. Ursina is the game engine, by the way. How long have I been working on this? This is like a week now. And this is my first ever game that I've ever tried to make. And going for the best ever game in a category is maybe ambitious, but that's, I mean, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, you can see for yourself, it's pretty, I mean, there's a lot that I don't like about it, but I mean, with the right level of abstraction, I feel like you could have a nicer way to make these buttons and manage them than what is this right here, which is kind of a nonsense mess. This is like, has some parsing with the message, and it reads to see if it starts with the word if, and then it treats it like a question. I don't need any of that, but I don't really have the time to unravel it right now. I just have to make sure that it works. I can try to implement some of it real quick. I did have it in my billiards class where I have the game logic. Yeah, it's redundant, but I like, you know, whatever. I'm just doing this stuff as I go. It ends up being a lot more than you'd think. So right now, yeah, I have prints right here, but the way that we change this out is we call this conversation class. And that should be able to print information about the game to show like the game logic. See if it still works. Oh, okay, I have to import it, my bad. Right here. I moved it into util as well. That's probably the whole reason why it wasn't working in there in the first place. Yeah, there we go. Not perfect, but kind of gets the job done. Oops. I sank the 8-ball just then. That should be an end game thing. It's a little verbose at the moment too. But yeah. Let's see. If we put those in a queue, and then we can fire them off one by one, might be a better way to handle that. What do you guys think? They are merging into each other, actually, to be fair. Let's see if we can find a merge. Yeah, it was convenient. And you can see they're kind of stuck in the table a little bit. I did make these with Blender. I had a ball that I downloaded, and I just kind of changed some parameters. And you see, I don't know what the hell that is. It's just, I'm new to all this. But let's see. This one's sunk. Goodbye. Ah, darn. I gotta say, it's pretty cool to play your own game. You know what I mean? It's a simple enough game. It was easy to make, but yeah, like, you know, it does kind of work. Why did I start streaming? I don't know, dude. I like programming. Sometimes it's difficult to know what to do next. So I figured I could just program and then stream myself programming, and then maybe other people could. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for checking out my YouTube channel. I have a I have a YouTube channel and I have some content on there that's like talking content, and that seems to do really well on YouTube, which is pretty cool. I have to do more of that too because, need subscribers, need to gain traction. When did I start screaming? My bad. Streaming. It's funny. I want to say I started streaming like last month, I guess. Yeah, you can check out the YouTube videos. There's not much of substance there right now. Like, I have a JavaScript tutorial, and a lot of these streams I post up there. You can see some of the way that I made this game. Although I'll admit that I get a little bit of stage fright, and it's hard for me to like get this game like done for real. And then also I have a 9-to-5 job, so it's kind of hard for me to dedicate the time for this. But I'm trying to do noon Eastern time. If you guys want to join back in for that, that's in like 4 hours. I'll stay on here for a little bit, and we'll see about maybe fixing the big problem with these messages, in that they need to be enqueued in some way. So I see here that we have access to this invoke function where we have a delay, and the queuing method could be as simple as incrementing and decrementing a queuing offset. Be pretty cool. Oh, thank you for saying that. Yeah, I wouldn't even call this a passion project. This is the project before the project. I actually have a poll up on YouTube and on Twitter of what kind of game do we want to see next. And right now, the game type that is winning is RPG. And so I was looking into making an RPG, and I'm kind of like, I'm supposed to be, as a programmer, you're supposed to be very practical and figure out like what's the quickest way to do something. And I'm admittedly not doing that here. I'm taking more of like a learning path. But for the RPG that I want to make with, everybody, it's I want to make it as quickly as possible, just so we can get to the meat of it and actually like do the fun part. Because programming is all about fun, and it's not fun to like try to figure out physics or try to figure out how to make a button work or whatever. The programmer, me, should go into that knowing all that stuff and make it more fun for you guys, I feel like. But yeah, I'm definitely in the learning phase for this particular stuff. Yeah, buttons are straight, but they should be pressed once and then not thought about again. Essentially, they should be learned about once, pressed many times, as you need. Physics is always tricky. Yeah, physics is tricky because what you want to do is you want to manage the number of physical items that you're actually keeping track of, and in this case we're dealing with 15 balls and no more. So the actual amount of stress that you put on the game engine is limited by the number of balls that you have, and it will always decrease. So you have a nice upper limit, so that you don't have to worry about, hey, is my game going to crash because I'm implementing too many balls? Which is a funny problem that I was dealing with at the beginning, because I made it to where I could just spawn the ball anywhere, and I was presented with a problem that was essentially not a problem, because the actual limitation of the universe of the game of pool was not even implemented at that point. So yeah, man, good seeing you. Thanks for joining. By the way, how did you guys get here? I don't understand the whole raid thing. Is that like somebody did that for me? Because if so, I want to thank them. That would be pretty cool. If you can't tell for whatever reason, I don't know what the rules are. That's cool as well. But yeah, physics is cool. Physics is never. Oh, you're just another streamer. Well, thanks. That's cool. Thank you for joining and looking at my stuff. Oh, sweet. Yeah, that's what's up. I never had this happen before, so it's cool. It's my first raid, so you guys popped my cherry. Yeah, that's what's up. I appreciate it. I work my regular job in about 45 minutes, so I think that I'm gonna have to leave pretty soon. But before I do, I'll try to get the one of these messages working again, or working in the first place. I think it was ball in hand. Hit cue ball. Yeah. Some of the endgame messages too. Balls have stopped. Let's see, assess turn. So when the balls have stopped, that means that we've previously in a looped through all the physical entities and determined that there's no delta in the position. And there's no velocity. Delta position. Then once we're done, we call next turn or scratch. And the scratch function is not actually the right function, I don't think. Because otherwise we would see that. We don't see that. Instead, we call balls have stopped. Turn can continue. There's another function that's called when the ball is sank. And it's called sink ball. And this is it. Right here. This is where we need to say ball in hand. But also, there's a couple of other things here. There's end games. And I think we're just going to have these functions just print their own thing rather than just like a thing at the end that says, what is the end game, whatever. I mean, that would be a more complete way to do it, but instead we're just going to do conversation. Game over. That'll be enough for now. Conversation. Game over. Same thing. And that should theoretically be different. And I don't think it's being returned before. So when I scratch on break, which is a game losing foul, it's another thing. Whenever I am placing the ball, it's counting that as a hit. So that's not a good thing. We have an input function on the billiards, which is all of the game logic. So let's see. What is the name of that function? Handle input, not input. There we go. And on left, ball down. We are calling if charge. Yeah, this should be else if or elif right here. Okay, what the heck? Went too far. So back at handle input, this guy here should be LF. And what that will do is... No, that's not right. Hold on. It's going to be LF key mouse pad. It's not LF, but we do need another condition here. And it's if not self dot and not self dot ball in hand. And that should make it to where when we lift up the mouse button after ball in hand, but I'm worried that this will make that to where that doesn't matter right there. So let's see. All that's doing is changing ball in hand. Yeah. Let's just try that out. No, that didn't work at all. Now, this could be moved to right here. And we can get rid of this so that we are checking ball in hand right here. And we'll also check ball in hand here. So that we're not doing anything on ball in hand. Let's see if that works. That's gonna work. Yeah, I think that does fix the ball in hand issue. Yeah. There's other stuff wrong, but that fixes the ball in hand issue. So that's a decent commit. So plus the conversations. Yeah, it worked. And the other thing that we can work on right now is the queuing, message queuing, which is potentially difficult, potentially easy. Yeah, the ball in hand. The ball in hand. The hand with which we ball. All right. I got about 8 minutes and then I gotta go. 8 minutes. I appreciate you guys joining. You guys are awesome. Don't forget to follow if you haven't already. And we'll continue in 3 hours and 30 minutes. We'll be thinking about what we want to do next with it. For one, I want to fix the pool cue. It would be a good idea. The texture is not applying rightly. Oh, look at that. That's another problem. I'll fix that right now. See. Pretty cumbersome here. there's something that happens before this input should be assessed on main. Excuse me. There it is. I mean, the main thing here is if this is enabled, we want to do something different. So I think that's why we need to rewire this. Everything, it kind of depends on this. I don't think that's right. So if the key equals escape, which is the only one we can get out of this, then we're going to set that to false. And I think that's pretty much it. I think that we can like return from that. I don't think escape is ever going to set in this case, it's never going to set it to true. Some weird forking right there. We don't need all that, but in fact, I kind of hate that. Let me think of how to do that a little bit better. I think the way that it was actually better. It was better organized the way that it was. The only difference is, regardless of the key, if not menu parent enabled, we'll just do that. And that should disable anything from happening on the billiards while the menu is open. So that won't make the menu thing go wildly. I'm free to hit the ball. But the other thing that I wanted to do, here, I'll commit that because that's a fix for a bug. Let's see, not message queuing, but looking at the stash, it's confusing me. Disable input when menu open. Yep, that one's good. And the other thing that I want to do is start with ball in hand, because I think that's where people are going to want to start, and can make it configurable later. On the menu where we have the start function, we call billiards start game. And then we ultimately go into place cue ball, which should do ball in hand is true. But I must have broken ball in hand here. Possibly. But I think maybe it's here. Let's just print it. Let's see what it is. I'm set to false right now. And we're still set to false. There we go. Game took a second to escape. So why would we still be set to false after the menu is clicked? We have the handler down here. Handle start click, which goes to start game again. And it goes to player enabled equals true. Place cue ball is the one that's supposed to set ball in hand to true. Let's see if ball in hand gets overwritten anywhere else. Right here, it gets overwritten immediately when the mouse is lifted up. So I'm wondering if that's part of the problem. We could disable it and see if it, I mean, it'll cause another problem in and of itself, disabling it. But at least we can see some trues down here, possibly. Yeah. Not being able to place it, but still having it in the hand, so that is something. So we need something to call place the cue ball. It needs to happen here, really. I mean, that's what it is. It needs to happen on the mouse down, I think, not the mouse up. But just a matter of getting it right. No, that's not right. Yeah, let's just try it out there. Let's see if that fixes things. Hopefully it does. Yeah, but then we're back to the original problem. Which is that when we lift the mouse up, we're no longer ball in hand. So this could be invoke move cue ball. I don't know if I want that. But I can use invoke, I think, to delay the invocation. And it's kind of a cheap way to do this. But let's see if it works. Just set ball in hand to false. Delay of 0.1 seems as good as any. This is what I would call a cheap solution if it works. I didn't seem to place that ball, which kind of sucks. Yeah, it doesn't seem to work at all. Let's see. If ball in hand, which is true, on left mouse down, then we're gonna invoke move cue ball, which sets it to false in 1. Let's make that more dramatic. I don't think it's gonna matter because it's gonna wait all that time. Set ball in hand to false. And then it doesn't matter, it never sets it back to true again. So that sucks. Yeah, the time delay, that's what I'm trying, but it... if I just get rid of this altogether, it should just start out and stay as ball in hand. Or the opposite. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out next time. Thanks for joining in. Appreciate all of you. And I'll be back in a few hours, in a few minutes. And I hope I see some of you there. Thanks so much. All right, see you later. Bye.